Good morning. I'm sitting here not paying attention to what I'm doing. Actually, I was reading the T-Lab. So, happy Monday after Easter, long weekend. It's still a weekend here. The girls aren't in school, so yeah. Interesting week last week. Very definitely an inside day on Thursday, and we're kind of fussing around here. So this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I can see what I'm looking at video and get some understanding about what I was thinking from my voiceover, and it saves me having to do screen snaps, type in a journal, do all those important things that I'm not able to multitask well at. So that's the purpose of this. It's not for financial advice or trade advice. It's my journal, and I share it. All times here are Central Standard Time, and that you see on my charts, or that's on my that I speak about. Let's see what else. I'm kind of behind the curve here. So the numbers out this morning are basically nothing. The earnings are going to be pretty big. Nothing today, but tomorrow's Tesla and GE and Verizon and a bunch of them. Tesla being the one that everybody's going to be all holding their breath about, I suppose. There's a leading index will be out at 9 o'clock. That's not much for numbers. Financial Juice has got pretty much sure, why not? Financial Juice is out this morning. We had a Fed Goolsbee speaking on CNBC, and Trump's going to have a Easter egg roll at the White House. Well, I'm so excited. It'd be interesting to see what the ethnic diversity of the kids rolling Easter eggs is. If they're using DEI or DIE or whatever that thing is that they're all ranting and raving about. All right, so let's get on with the next thing at hand here, which is the pre-market story. This is my book map. Trading platform, or execution platform, basically. And this is IRT. I changed my numbers and changed colors around and stuff over the weekend. Not real happy with the way the watermark's looking, but we'll see how it turns out here on the video. I'm kind of off to a slow start this morning here. Let me make sure I got everything going on. Okay, stream is flowing. Yeah. All right, so that looks like everything's okay. This is the NQ Renko chart, full session. The ES, the Renko, or this is the NQ Renko full session also. This is the micro composite. Basically, RTH session, daily bars, wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. And by so doing, it generates a micro composite volume point of control. And then obviously high and low and that kind of stuff. The last, we've had a bunch of jumping around last week. And so I've only included the last 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday here, where price overlap. We still have a little bit of a gap there that, no, I guess they did close that gap. We're going to open on a gap this morning because we're down here, right here. You see that this is a little bit different than it used to be. These are now this is the full session volume profile. It goes back to the October 10th of June 10th 23. And these are the high and low volume nodes for this micro composite, or for the full sessions, or the full volume profile here, the look back. And these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes for the micro composite, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile for the ES, and these session prices are pushed automatically to Bookmap. And I should probably be monitoring the stream here to see if it's working. I feel like bed's the place they ought to be here. Let's just get that going. I didn't have it up yet. That's not good. I monitor it on another machine, just to make sure I'm. There we go. All right. All right, well, it seems like it's flowing, so that's a good thing. Okay, so now jump back over here. So this is the micro composite column where I enter, anything that I micro composite VPOC, gap high, gap low, that kind of thing is entered in here manually by me. Right here, there's a gap high from the 18th. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will go through 1600 today. This is not the overnight or the ETH period or session. This is the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Chart volume profile just plots what you see on the chart. And this is a pretty important thing. This is my notes column. And the first thing I always do here is change the title of this to the open type that we will have for today's RTH session. So far, we're going to open definitely lower out of range. How do I know that? There's the previous RTH close, and here we are trading. So we are trading lower than the close, which is way above us, and outside of range. Obviously, the close has got to be above the low, right? So we're lower out of range. And then that will dictate the statistics, open type statistics for these associated price levels. And this is these are the session prices pushed by IRT to Bookmap. I don't have any indicators on my charts or my Bookmap. I have a mid price for the RTH session only. There's a VWAP for both Globex and RTH. There's a POC for both RTH and ETH or full session. The more muted yellow here is for the full session, and the brighter yellow is for the RTH. There's a IB high and low, which is just the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's all there is to that. None of these prices or levels are complicated. The POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. In other words, 2,300 and change have traded right here at 57.58, right? 52.58. That's the minute one of these other prices is one contract more than that, than 23.13. This yellow line will move there. That's all there is to it. And the VWAP is volume weighted average price. So there's that. So to get back to the statistics now, just 1 minute, stand by one. All right, sorry for that. Anyway, so back to the session stuff here now. And good morning, anybody that's in the chat. What am I doing here now? All right. The way the statistics are derived is real simple. You can see this one still remains the old system or colors. I'm just trying to mess around with different colors, trying to be easier on my eyes. All this, nothing. I haven't changed anything fundamental or data wise. Just color is all I messed with yesterday. So here's the session statistics report, and this is really simple. There's only 4 open types: lower outer range, gap low, gap high, higher in range, lower in range. Boom. Today we're going to gap lower out of range. And remember, we're looking to open lower than the close and in or out of range. In this case, out. That there's only 2 criteria. The world could come to an end. Trump could export everybody that, isn't white, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter what happens in the world news or economic news or anything else. This is only based on those 2 parameters. Now, those parameters are affected by all the other stuff in the course of the previous trading day and perhaps the overnight period, but that's not the criteria that's used here. So lower out of range. It looks back at 2,000 days. Of the 2,000 days, we opened lower out of range 290 of them. Of these 290 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 83.4 times. Overnight volume point of control 83.4. Bam, that's it. That's all there is to it. And I need to get these right. Boom. The overnight low, well, yeah, we'll go in order, but the overnight low is 69.3% of the time. The overnight, oh wait, excuse me, wow, the IB high is 69.3. Same price, that's pretty crazy. The overnight, the IB high, wow. That's, it doesn't make any sense. How in the hell can that be? The IB high, there's the low. The IB high is way up. Oh, it's got to be below there. Yeah, there's the IB high right there. Trust me, there's only two green ones. One's the low and one's the high, so that's got to be it. That's just amazing. And this is IB high. I don't know. I gotta actually. I find that pretty puzzling myself. Next, and I'm not lying here. There we are. You see there? Overnight low, IB high. Overnight mid, which is typically, okay, that one's normal. Overnight mid is 68.6. The previous low is 67.6. Something's got to be wrong with that IB high thing. I mean, obviously, if we're going to get to the IB high at 69.3, we got to get through all these guys in the middle, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. And the IB low is 60.3% of the time. So that, yeah, something is way off here. I wonder if I'm... I better review my understanding about this report. Could this be for the IB? I don't believe what I was thinking about was, is this for the upcoming IB high and low? But that's not the way the study works. So I've got to look back at the code on that and figure that doesn't make any sense to me. The previous value area low is 49%. Yeah, something's got to be wrong there. And the previous close is 44.5. So where did the previous close go? What's right there? That's the overnight high. That's usually up there somewhere. Overnight high is 35.2%. Well, it doesn't make any frickin' sense. There's the previous close. 44.5. So this doesn't make sense to me, boys and girls. Because, for example, how are we going to, there's the overnight low and there's the previous close, and this is 35% and this is 44%. Not right. Doesn't make sense. Does not compute. Anyhow, and this is the naked volume point of control of the most recent RTH auction, which is right there. And that's where we closed on Thursday. That is the POC location at close on Thursday. And that also is a little suspect here. I need this. You son of a bitch. That's okay. All right. And this should be up one, it looks like here. There we go. All right. That's as much as I'm doing today. So those are the statistics. Whoops, it's 8:20 something now. So typically make a post here that I am not ready to do at this point, which is not good. Every day at 8:20, and I'm late by 5 minutes, I make a post to the Traders Lab, which I think I've got right here. So yeah, what's the Traders Lab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and still maintained or led or whatever you call a person that does that by him. He doesn't call trades or trade live, but he does definitely. He streams once a day, and he does chat comment throughout the day. And there's a good group of people in there. The reason I stuck originally was that there is absolutely no solicitation of any type. He doesn't have indicators available on my website. I do mentoring, Bookmap. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal. And they don't solicit you for anything. I am so sick of that. And I can't make that statement for any of the other chat rooms in the Bookmap Discord. I've only been to 2 others, and within the first 10 minutes, the guy or person was pimping stuff, trying to sell you something. So I just, which is fine. That's perfectly fine, but I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in someone who's interested in trading and doesn't need to make a living selling something to traders, selling hopes and dreams, So that's where I'm at with that one. And I do this post. I usually do 2 posts a day. I usually post the numbers for the day at about 6, and I do this screen snap of this chart area right here at 8:20 to just kind of let people who don't have various types of charting have access to all the numbers they could possibly want. It started from in the early beginning of me doing this post that a lot of people were clogging up the chat with, the chat in the Discord chat, bookmap chat with at the T Lab with what's the POC? What's POC? What's POC? And so I thought, well, if all these numbers are here, that would help everybody out, and B, it would kind of lighten up the posts, the repetitive posts in the chat. So that's why I came up with this idea. I'll be trading the micros as usual now in this period of time with this high volatility. This is the mini ES, NQ, ES, market profile ES. And this is the, oops, wrong one. That's Tom's chart, which I found on IRT. This is Tom's micro composite chart, which is downloadable from IRT, and I used that for some of these things. When I was rethinking my micro composite chart over here, so I appreciate that. Yeah, well, we're going to open here in now. As a matter of fact, we're going to open in now. So we'll start to flag the migrating VPOC. Oops, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted delete. I wanted this one. And now this one. Why do I flag these migrating VPOCs? Well, because, and this needs to come down here because it moved right before the open, right? You see that drop from there to there? Because, yes, the yellow line plots continually, but pretty soon it'll be off the left of the screen. My thinking is I want to have all of my I want to have all of the information important to trade right here in front of me on the hard right edge. And I'm not getting something over here, and I want to know why. I'm not getting the high volume nodes pushed here. I'm curious about that. And I'm sure that this is going to be considered the open. So this is the gap low. And what's today? The 21st? 04/25. Wow. Incredible. I guess it's not 2035, it's just 25, huh? All right. So here we go. Oh, no, I'm wrong. There's the open right there. And why is it not plotting these? Did I break something? Maybe. I'll look into that in a bit. This is where the high and low volume nodes would plot. We'll see. Give it a minute to think. Huh? Now I'm going to change my IRT to the RTH session only. And that will show you that shows the gap. There's the low, and here we are, right? There's our open. So that's the gap we've got right there. What is that? That's a save. Okie dokie, and then we better get this other one over here. The reason it's important, it's not very, I guess it's critical, but the reason it's important to do this, switch these from full session to the RTH session on IRT is because of the session prices, which are pushed here to bookmap. the value area high or low is for the previous auction. The developing value area high or low are for the current auction. So if I leave my IRT on full session, this would be now that that this new RTH session is open, this would be reflecting the overnight or the ETH session. And it's not correct. You see how that's now moved? Well, that's because it's now pushing the RTH session. And so that is the value area high or low of the previous RTH session. And this is the developing value area high or low of the current RTH session. So that's the way I prefer to have it. And I still have a problem over here, and I'm not sure what the hell that is. I was doing a lot of messing around with this thing, so let's see if we get this to work. Not sure why that isn't pushing properly. Anyway, that's certainly not the end of the world. So what are we doing here? We're in a real tight range. We've got 62 to 45. Well, damn, 18 points, right? That's not exactly a tight range. These wide volatility is still hard for me to get my head around, kind of. And we're selling. They didn't take a very long look at that gap and selling down here, so. Morning, Antonio. I found out something interesting about Trade of 8. I'll show you here in a minute. Over the weekend, surprised the hell out of me, actually. Let's see, and this is the TopStep X thing. Now I will change this to RTH session, and I will bring this indicator down there and put a VWAP on it. And do something else. I don't know what. Okay, so there's the overnight. Here will be the new daily one, and it's selling off hard now. Whoa, looky there. Well, we took out a few of them. There's the RTH VPOC. We just took out the low, and we've migrated down here. So they're not really excited about closing any gaps, and they're not excited about what is going on with what's going on with the economy here. I think they don't like the fact that we're trying to be hijacked here. Something happened over this weekend that I was just shocked at. The United States Supreme Court handed down a ruling at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't think I've ever heard of that, ever. And it was against the administration's attempts to just round people up and deport them without any due process or anything else, And they said absolutely not. Now we'll see what happens. They did that once before, and that ruling was just ignored. So I don't know what will happen this time, but it looks like we're heading for a pissing match to me. So anyway, what I discovered here, let's see if I can do that, Antonio. I discovered over the weekend that if you have a Bookmap, a TopStep login for I didn't try it with my Rhythmic login, but if you have a login for TopStep X, which this is, you can just open Tradevate and log in, and guess what? Boop, there it is completely. I was really surprised, and the funny part, the thing that I thought was funny is it remembered over the weekend. It had remembered me. Like, see, here's the ESU2 from when I last logged on to Tradevate in 2002. Isn't that amazing? So there's Tradevate, and it's, there it does volume profile and the TPOs and all that other stuff. So there you go. I purposefully did not update this stuff because I wanted you to see the fact that it just immediately remembered where I had been, which I find pretty incredible. Because this is where I had been based on Chrome, because it is not, this machine has never run Tradevate at all, so it couldn't be a cookie. Look at these MUs here. This is pretty funny, huh? Here's the ES M month 2002. We were trading 36.63. And we're now trading in the sixes, double. Well, we're trading 52s now, so they're heading back down there, but that's pretty funny, isn't it? And what these are doing down here below this is a different monitor and stuff that I had before than I had, of course, but let's see what happens. There you go. It has you can see that it has a pretty good set of statistics that you can look at. All trades, losing trades, win trades, number of winners, average loss, profitable trades, expectancy, all of that stuff is automatically calculated. Here's the chart. Here was my quote board. And then I had, cumulative delta and a something going on over here. I'm doing a relative volume histogram, which, I don't remember any of this stuff really, but I thought it was pretty funny that it remembered me and looking at what the prices were back in 2002. So if you have if you have a TopStep login for whatchamadincus for the TopStep X, which I don't know what sales they've got now, but this TopStep X thing that I have is $18 for the 50K combine for life or something like that. You can just use those login credentials and you get Tradevate right up. Now, I haven't, like I said, I didn't try to do anything like, I haven't set it up. I haven't refreshed the stuff. This is now up to the M5, so, and it's trading the current amount. So it picked up the open. But I haven't done any of the other stuff, and I don't know what. If you notice that disclaimer when I logged on, it said some things may not be available. I don't see what they are, but this has got the VWAP. It's got market profile, volume profile. So there we go. We'll see what happens. I don't remember how to change it from RTH to any of that stuff. I didn't do any of this over the weekend. I just happened to think of this yesterday afternoon when I was starting stuff up, and I thought about our conversation, so I wanted to point it out to you. Anyway, there you go. Happy Easter. There's an Easter egg for you. All right, so big gap. Selling down. I'll get back to the business at hand here. I was trying to replicate the colors on my IRT with Bookmap because they seem easier on my eyes than the stark black. I don't like the way the watermark is showing up. I may just remove them. But, and then I fussed around with Tom's, with doing the volume profile with these high and low volume nodes that like he has on his micro composite chart, just to see if that might matter to me. I don't know. And I haven't really messed with it much. So there you go. Back to the world at large here. One nice thing is I'm not getting any of those delays or lags, so that's pretty cool. One bad thing is I'm missing all of these micro composite migrations here. Bad boy. I'm a bad little pig. There we go. There we go. And pretty quick, here we go, I guess. If you want to believe Bookmap. Whoop. So this should migrate down there. And we still aren't getting these. That's kind of weird. What the hell happened here? It's not exporting, and I don't know why. That didn't work. I don't know why that's not doing that. It should. It should. Let's see this. Where is it? Notes. Cloud notes. Okay. Boop. That's right. I suspect that something's wrong on this other side over here. Whatever I changed is not liking that. Clicking this should start the countdown from 60, and it's not doing that. I don't know why. I think I have an idea why, though. Let's use defaults. Apply. There we go. See if that doesn't do it. See if that doesn't work. All right, what are we doing now? There we go. We're definitely migrating lower. When this gets down to 0, then it'll export, and then I should get an update across the board on this. So we'll see. Oh, that could have been it too. I didn't even think about that. All right. Well, I guess the short would have been the thing to do when I'm busy doing all this talking and typing and messing around here. Ooh, except for right there. Now, we do have a number at the top of the hour, the only one of the day, but don't forget, this is, we're in the Twitterverse, and his twitness has, whatever you call it, they're going to have an egg roll or whatever. Anytime he's got an opportunity or sees a camera, there's an opportunity for disaster. So, and there's a lot of news was flying around over the weekend, all to do with this, tariffs and deporting people and, just rounding people up and putting them on buses and airplanes and flying them out of here to a prison in El Salvador, for Christ's sake. If any other country would have done that 10 years ago, America would have been all up in arms. I mean, that's the kind of crap we used to accuse Russia of. A real interesting development with Doge over the weekend too. Yeah, you can Google about that. They Bureau of Labor. They invaded the Bureau of Labor, changed permissions and stuff, and suddenly exported a huge data export out of the Department of Labor. And within seconds, after changing the permissions, Russian-based operators or hackers, whatever you want to call it, were trying to access that data. And it was pointed out to the FBI, the NSA, and the whatever that outfit's called, TSA, whatever the new guys are, by a whistleblower in that deal, and screen snaps and data evidence and all that stuff. So there's going to be a huge deal about that, I suppose. That's pending news, I would think. I would say that's probably pending news. Panda, come on, baby, what? I know you're not starving. I know you're just lying to me. You're just a lying girl. Okay. So let's see if we're getting somewhere over here. I'm pretty remiss about this. Shouldn't be, but I am. Lower out of range. This is the regular. Yeah, damn, come on, man. This is the regular ES. And I'm not doing my flags and all of my things because my focus is on the micros. What, Panda? What, little meowie? Well, let's see. Am I forgetting something? I wonder, or not? Excuse me. Damn. So yeah, these pullbacks. I guess what we've got going on here is lower highs and lower lows, right? So we're just moving down, trending down. Pretty quick, they're going to be in the 51s, or they're not careful. This should update. Why isn't it? Well, we'll have another update here pretty quick because should be down here. Or did it jog up now? Damn. Should have just, I hate these kind of days when if I'd have just thrown a short on like normal. And we're talking 20 handles here. So there we go. It updated now. And there we have our high volume nodes and low. So that was that. Just pretty clean sell-off going on here. Definitely not the place to short the bottom. And I don't feel motivated to take an asymmetric counter trend long. Absolutely not part of my plan. Oh, well, and you know what I didn't do yet? I'm so busy thinking about everything else. If you want to trade on Bookmap, you need to be able to do that, right? So the first thing you've got to do is activate the trade control panel and select which one of these options you want to use to interact with the application with your mouse. Chart means you can only trade with the mouse in this active data column. Dome, you can only trade with the mouse in the dome columns. And both, of course, is double jeopardy, right? Which is what I'm trying to convert to, and I've been practicing a lot, nights and weekends with my mouse. I'm getting pretty good at it, so I'm not afraid of making a mistake like I've done before. I would only use the dome columns before, because I would often try to grab a target or something over here within the column, within the active data column, and then be in a short or a trade I didn't want to do. So I've become more conscious of that so far, I hope. And you can see the difference. The mouse pointer changes from an arrow to a dollar sign. That's the point. The line is pretty vague, but anyway. So that's how that works. And then in my case, I trade with the wrong thing. I trade with micro multi-brackets. And in this environment, I'm using a 4-lot high volatility risk neutral setup, which means you trade with a even number of contracts. The stop for all contracts is the same. The risk neutral scale is for the same amount of ticks as is the loss or the stop, and for half of the package. 4 contracts, 2 contracts, 4 contracts. And then you have the balance of the contracts divided up into profit target runners. In this case, the advantage to that is once you've achieved this risk neutral scale, the worst that you can do in the trade is scratch. And the only key to this is that you have to use an even number of contracts. And you determine your stop loss, of course, by your homework and your vetting, what you've determined to be ATR or whatever it is you use. And I'm thinking 24 is about right. So then I close that. Then I make sure that that's the right number of contracts and click this button again. It stays active. Padlocks and lock stays green because we selected a way to interact with the mouse. But I get to screen real estate back and I don't trade the P&L. Now, I have my hotkeys set up on my keyboard to trade, and they work in any configuration, whatever's been selected. You have to select something, DOM, or, you have to have the trade control panel activated, but after that, the keyboard works. And look at us go. They're going to sell this damn thing down into the 51s. That guy should be so happy with himself. So here we are. Damn. I hope you're on the short, everyone. You can see I very, very definitely need to stand back and watch here for a while till I'm up to speed. I didn't even have the trade control panel activated yet. Football. I'm still on Easter egg mode, I guess. Excuse me. Damn. Look at him go. And of course, jumping on a short down here is, getting short in the hole. That's a real dumb thing to do, but boy, oh boy, oh boy. Huh? Looks like the puppy dog paws down there, 5,200 is 239 contracts living down there. So there's some liquidity down there, but man, oh man. And it's just been a slow, perfect sell. So I really blew it. This would have been a test right here, but so close to the VPOC. And IRT is not, they're not showing this jump down here from up here. It hasn't registered this little bit down here. I wonder if I need to do a data downloady thing and see if that helps. Oh, man. Wow. NQ's in the 1700s now. I think Dakota and those guys were in that, what do you call it, slow markets thing. We're trading at high 18s or low 19s last night. That's pretty incredible. Wow. 5207, high be low at 9 o'clock in the morning. So let's see if I can remember some of the other stuff I usually say here. All right, so the IB, as I said in the pre-market, is the IB high and low are just the high or low of the first 1 hour of this RTH trading session. That's all. The word or the name comes from the market profile initial balance. So everybody tries to make their stuff, magic somehow. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour. There is a statistic about that is this level, which is very, very, very real and very well understood by a lot of people. It is a probability over 97% in all four open types that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. So at 9:30, these will stop moving. And from 9:30 until 1600, there's a 97% chance that one or the other will be exceeded by price. Now, Rod in the T-Lab in Static, who's a good trader, good guy, coder, programmer, etc., he determined that the high or low of the first 30 minutes has an 89% probability of being exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes. And they refer to that as the IB30, and the old typical one, the old IB statistic, they refer to as the IB60. So what's happened? Well, our IB low was up here, and it's been exceeded. So the IB30 statistic has been satisfied a couple of times and maybe again. This was working and now it's not. I don't know what's the matter with that thing, but we're not having any we're not having any craziness with lags. Volume is way down, more in the normal range. We're only 267,000 contracts on the ES, 400 on the MES, 155,000 on the NQ, and 600,000 on the MNQ. These were well over 1.5 million last week, if I'm remembering right. This is irritating. This is lined up. Everybody looks right. This is the Globex VWAP. Yep. Trying to make sure these levels are all working. There's the mid. Oh boy, well, it's right in line. What this does, what I'm doing here is confirming that the book map and these are IRT, and these are book map, obviously. So I'm confirming that they line up, and I still don't have the line set price done over here on on the book map. Looks like we're building the floor in here, a little bit of a base ahead of the puppy dog paws, the century number. Guess I ought to get this market profile up here where we actually are, huh? There's the market profile where we really are. Well, let's see now. Is there any exciting news afoot? Wow. This is just unprecedented action from a president. He's Mr. Too Late. He's now referring to as the Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed, a loser. What a screaming asshole this guy is. This guy calling loser. Boy, is that the pot calling the kettle black or what? That's really disgusting as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. What a strange person. Lowering rates is absolutely not the thing to do with the United States economy at this point. He is just so strange. And nothing going on. However, tomorrow, let's see. Well, we've got Hawker, 2-year note, and Kashkari speaking, so no real news. But the big one is earnings, right? We've only got Berkeley out today, but tomorrow we've got Tesla and a whole cast of thousands here. So that's where that's at. So where should I have been looking for a short? I don't know. I mean, when you look back at it, just pick a spot and pick one and go. That's the advantage of rearview mirror trading, boy. Everybody can be an internet guru. Everybody. I'm not sure why that's there, to be honest with you. There's 8:30, and I don't see that we have gotten back here yet. And I'm going to delete that one because of that. There we go. I think this is the correct one. Right here. Well, what is this? Is this a B-shaped profile, i.e. long liquidation? We're trading into an extremely low volume node. These are back to my levels being correct again. Shouldn't be having to do that. I'm gonna have this just be right there. That should be right. Uh-oh. Here's a big bust up. Look out. Where did heat map go? Oh, wrong one. Well, I guess any of these could have been interpreted as a VPOC migration trade, which we all know is my least successful. My idea here lately, from over the weekend practicing and stuff, is that I'm going to, look at us go down here to the puppy dog pause. I'm going to keep my journal with my statistics up on the other machine until I figure out how to be able to look at it on this one. This machine does not have any Office products, Microsoft or OS 365, which I have one of those, but my other one does. So that's where my manual local journal is, my old one. And I want to look at the statistics, the expectancy around, T1, T2, et cetera, for various entry types once I've taken them and try to be more statistically driven. Now, this would have been, any one of these you could have interpreted as a VPOC migration trade, right? A bar, breakout, VPOC migration, short, short, short. Again, so easy to do in hindsight. Ooh, there's the puppy dog pause. And they didn't even have any trouble getting through that century number. That's pretty amazing. Amazing. Boy, that's not working. The minute that gets to zero and doesn't update, this goes away. Huh. Okay, well then the hell with you then. I'll do... What about price change defaults? We'll try that. Remember that each one of these is $2.50 or 2.5 points, making this look so smooth. Here's my complaint with Bookmap. I can't get this to $1 because of it refuses to let you scale so that this is off the top. which is irritating to me. I don't care about that. If I want to have this at a scaled at $1, it's nobody's business but mine, right? If the top is cut off, I hate that. I don't know what to do about it. That's why I'm looking at these other charting packages. So our IB is going to set another 10 minutes. Well, that's something else. Watch how this work. How this thing works. Now there's all the V packs and all this. This is how you change your stuff. MNQ M5 or just MNQ if I want to just have the regular one. Boom. Pretty amazing. It's a pretty slick program. We need to get rid of all this old junk down here, and I'm not going to bother with that right now, but yeah. So the story I had heard about the VWAP and volume profile and all those things doesn't seem to be the case. I'm not remember how to put those on over here, but yeah, there you go. And then you can trade, and I'm sure you can hotkey and do all that stuff and trade off the chart. I'm sure if I remember how to do that, but I'm not going to do that now, obviously. Yeah, so there's that. I wanted to show you that. So we're putting in the bottom here just under the century, it looks like. One, two, three, four, five. How many times are we going to hit that bottom? That's the big question, isn't it? How many times are we going to hit that bottom? And we're going to be in a position for the IB statistic here pretty darn quick. This was our low. Test it again there. Certainly not, I don't think shorten the hole is a good thing to do, but it is pretty frustrating. It is definitely pretty frustrating. Got a consolidation pattern going on here. If you really squint, it looks like the lows are higher. And I don't think that matters. And the highs up here are coming down. This damn thing isn't working right, and that's irritating me a lot. I hate that kind of thing. When it does break through there, and it will, there's going to be an awful lot of stops down there, I guess, in there. And they could rip it up to developing back up to this consolidation again. It's like, why did it sell off? Was there some fundamental reason for that? I don't know. I don't think so. My philosophy is that 90% of the trade we see intraday is complete speculation, having nothing to do with value. Nothing to do with value. I don't know why this is doing this, but it's irritating me. And man, output, yes, that's correct. Oh, download interval in 5 minutes. Oh, I didn't see that before. Well, no wonder. Okay. Give it 5. That's because I don't think this needs to be done. Actually, I thought I had it figured out last week at once, on the day when it prints the new bar. But that didn't seem to work today. I don't know. Because it's a daily chart, right? Ooh, look here what happened. Boom. They were able to get that VPOC to migrate down there. And is that, yes, that's the brighter yellow. That is the current one. I didn't even notice that. I'm busy thinking about something stupid. That's so they're pulling value lower. There was absolutely no inclination to close that gap. So is this going to be a VPOC migration trade? I'm not going to do it because all of this down here, yes, there's a buttload of stops down here. No question about that. And I guess you could say this is a, asymmetric trade. Once it's up in here somewhere, just take a short and figure you're going to get stopped out or not. When we have these kind of runs down here like that, though, that always kind of gives me, yeah. And they could just all of a sudden go ripping up through this deal over here. That's the thing that's got me, worried about. This is no trade I have other than the world famous VPOC migration trade, which I never get right, or it has a very low expectancy. Let's put it that way. Oh, you bet, baby. So what are we doing? Lower, higher lows, higher highs? I have no clue. The way this works is there's obviously a bunch of stops above here, everybody wanting to go short, and there's a whole bunch of stops down here, everybody picking the bottom. We have the IB is now set, so if they take this out, we're going to have that big IB pop. And this is from 02 to 78, so there's 5 points across there. That would not be my scale. The scale with 24 ticks is 6 points, right? Oops. Mute. Higher highs and higher lows now. Having taken out the IB. Oh boy. Breakfast. Yay. Yeah, so I guess that VPOC migration was the thing to do, huh? Damn. Would have been one of my few successful attempts at it. But when Mama says breakfast, I have to move. Well, we've got a whole other trading world going on down here below the VWAPs. Look at that. From about 15s down, looks like a whole other day. Wow. And they just keep on chugging down. Let's see, 4 to 89, 5 handles. Look at that. In the grand scheme of things, of course, the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down, right? So there we go. This was the famous 90-day pause. And now here's the reality of what's really taken place. So we've got to get down here to these lows that, we've still got down in the 48s. So it's, yeah. And here's what that VPOC migration would have done to me right there, right? Well, well, well. So I guess we're trying to get an IB continuation going here. Is that what we're trying to do? But definitely not here or here. Damn it. What is causing? What are they doing? Are they just selling for the sake of selling? The sake of evaporating my 401k? Well, there should be no question in anyone's mind what's going on here today. Never even thought about closing that gap. So we have what is referred to as a gap and go. And I'm Captain Obvious, right? Yeah. Captain Obvious. It's a very measured market, though. The auction is not, there's not any kind of dramatic, way crazy volatility like we've seen, which is, I guess, good. Had I been awake and, firing on cylinders, I would be in this somewhere up here short from a long way up. And I hope you are. But it hasn't been some, 200 is crazy. Well, even the NQ is not moving crazy. The moves are not real volatile. Let's see what some of these other things look like. Well, I take that back. There's the, this is the X Trader, or what do you call it, TopStep X, which is just a trading view stripped down model. And trade of 8. Wow, look at this thing. That looks pretty dramatic, doesn't it? All these freaking VWAP things going on here. I don't know why that was the case. I don't remember ever having all that happening, but I haven't monkeyed with this for a while. This doesn't look right. I don't think this is not right. Something's wrong here. I don't know what. I'll have to figure out why that's not updating. Panda, come on, you're not starving. Stop meowing. I think your singing is beautiful, but you know. Panda won't leave me alone now, so not sure what her problem is. So there was a short opportunity again. I mean, all I'm seeing here is to try any pop north to get on the short IB continuation, I guess, is the way to go. But it's, I find myself thinking that I'm going to be shorting a hole down here, and that's not a good idea. And of course, it just keeps running. There's 10 points right there while I'm talking about it. 10 points while I'm talking about it. We're approaching an 800-point sell-off here. 62s, we're down at 81, 82s. I'm assuming that, see what the Jews has to say. This, I can't imagine that well, that's it. Yeah, this sell-off is being pushed by the the rhetoric of the weirdo. Yeah, attacking the Fed chair. What a piece of work. Ooh, look here. Well, we're back up to something. Is this where you take a short? I don't know. I guess that was where you take a short right there. 5 points. That was the spot right there, huh? Busy reading the news. Well, that's pretty darn disappointing. Just a brief lapse in focus, or doing something else. I was reading the news on the Financial Juice, looking for something. What the take is generally. Turned back right there. Definitely a timing is everything kind of a thing. Definitely a missed opportunity. A whole bunch of them. Look at here. Lower highs and lower lows. And let's put our candle boys back on here. Come on. 5 minutes. Yes. Okay. And there they are. Just a smooth progression lower. This would indicate a reversal to me. Let's see if we trade up here somewhere. Get back up around these highs and try a short. I don't guess that's still anything to do. I don't know. the last buying wick we had after the world famous "now's a good time to buy" insider trading tip. Jesus, I can't believe it. Anyway, it was 41.75. So teasing around there. I'm getting tired of this. Okay, Antonio, take care. Wow. Big sell-off and I'm busy looking at something else. How stupid. Okay, well, shut that off and get back to, look at this now. And there was a short, 10 handles. I'm my own worst enemy, I tell you. I am my own worst enemy, I think. Yeah, 5126 pretty much is that high volume node down there below us. Man, look at that. God damn, that is really disappointing. That's mighty disappointing. And it just keeps going lower, you know. And I keep being left in the dust here. How do you sell the low? Put a resting order up here somewhere, and if it hits it, well then, okay, or something like that. Maybe. This sweep was definitely a sign. These sweeps. Now, is this a sign that we're going to go back up? I don't know about a sign, but a trigger or whatever. How do you sell the bottom? At some point, somebody's got to take profit. You would imagine. These are 15-point candles. I think I know the story with that Trade-of-8 is that you can't be logged on to more than that account, more than one platform. It's the same story if you try to log on to TopStep X with your mobile phone and or whatever, and another platform, it bounces you off. So now what are we going to do? Basing again. Consolidation, breakout, return. Or not. And I tell you, it just keeps going. A definite trend day straight down. Wow. I am really disappointed in my performance here today. But it seems to be a ongoing thing. Seems like the more I need to have this happen, the less that it is. Not that that's funny. So yeah, anyway, we're going to just stand here, I guess, and watch the market go down and not be on the short. Right, here's 10 points from when I said, okay, breakout, retest this bar and short. There's 10 points. No retest involved, just break out and go. Same thing here. Sellers are definitely selling it. $21, what is it? $40, I don't remember where to go. 46.75 was that selling tail or the buying tail here on this day when we had this day after the giant market manipulation, insider trading. That's so amazing. And yeah, at some point they're going to take profit, right? And that'll be just my continual fear is that that'll be just right after a short. Not in entertaining fantasies that the market's going to turn around, but I would think some profit taking or a reasonable pullback to get on. Well, are they going to start taking a little profit here now, finally? One minute to 11. Now we go a little profit taking. They could, if they get a squeeze on them, I mean, this thing could go all the way back up to the IB low again. I'm thinking this is bottoming out here. I mean, not that it may not go substantially lower, but at least we've got a, somebody's going to take profit at some point, in my opinion. Just setting the IBs here. Funny how they're just wick testing the bodies or the body. Just perfectly to the close, and then up she goes. Perfect quick test. Will they get through this consolidation here now? Testing right to the bottom of it. So this support becomes resistance. I mean, that's the theory. I would think not. I would think that the desire to take profit would have to be pretty high on these guys who have been shorting this thing all day. I keep being afraid of some more news. Or, no, I'm not afraid of it, but I keep suspecting it. So he was speaking. That's exactly what was going on. The evil orange Moses. That's what somebody, Scaramucci, whoever that guy, and I never gave him any credence for anything, but that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. So I think rather than stand here and fight FOMO, I'm going to go for a little break here. Oh, looky there. There's some of that profit taken I was thinking about. Pretty glad I didn't do that. We have a VPOC migration incoming or what? Where's our latest VPOC at up here somewhere? 39.33. It could come in here pretty quick. Doesn't take much. 800 more contracts and we'll get a low there. I didn't like the looks of that one. I'm telling you, this thing could do it could get a squeeze going here that would be epic. All right, now, oh yeah, I'm glad I didn't do that one. I had a short on Trader X, TopStep X, 70, which I took off. Was right there. Now, it still may go ahead and short down, but got a low volume area here to get through. Maybe, you never know. They could chew through these singles and nothing flat. And through the singles we go, merrily through the snow. I'm starting to think one of my performance issues with these levels is that I store all the templates on my Dropbox for safety, repetitive, backup and all those kind of reasons. And that might be, that may be but I don't see the lines. That would be that might be both. Yeah, it's probably both, actually. So there's that VPOC migration lower I was talking about earlier, a couple hours ago, or hours, but minutes ago, sorry. And again, it's real easy. 39.33, 39.84. The minute it gets over 49, the minute one of these other price levels is 39.34, boom, this thing's going to migrate, and that's exactly what it did. Look how slow it's moving. Boy, did volatility fall off. Oh, wow. Now it looks a lot slower because I've got this 2.5 points, right? There's a dollar. And these are 15-minute increments. Oh, look at there. I wonder why these levels aren't working. I wonder why I didn't take the short. What the hell that is? Wow. And it just continues to plummet, and I'm not on it. Well, look at that. And I'm busy trying to get the stupid lines to work. How ridiculous. And they're coming off 15 handles in the 12 to 1 period after that test right there. I'm busy focusing on everything that's wrong. All the wrong stuff. Who cares whether those lines are working or not, right? And they work over here for whatever reason. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's pretty disappointing. OCD is a big problem. Who cares if the line works? Yeah, that's really disappointing. 15 handles. And I moved this here, and I didn't watch for that and short it. 60, 50, 43. My. What a disappointing turn of events that is. Huh. Boy, did I miss that VPOC migration. That's really disappointing. Wow. Oh, there we go. And there are the lines after all that fuss around. As if it matters. Remember that you've always, whenever you change instruments, you've got to reactivate the trade control panel. And this piece of crap still isn't working right, but yeah, everything else is. Wow. Really amazing. Really quite amazing. Of course, when I go back and replay these, I'm focused on just watching that replay and trading it, and I pick them all up. I catch them all. Especially something like this. I mean, and even if you waited until there, you know, you've still got 53 to 42, you've still got 10 handles. I mean, you gave up damn near 10, but you know what I mean. You know the point, right? So there we go. I don't know exactly what to think. Why my voice is sounding all weird, but anyway. So is this a bar trade here now? Breakout, return, the sender. start 12 o'clock, 12 to, or 1 o'clock, 12 to 1 trade is in effect. So potential squeeze here. And could go back to the VPOC, you never know. I don't see any news. I think this is just profit taking. I've been talking about that all day. Seems to me like a pretty obvious thing to happen, especially as we approach the 2 o'clock hour here. I'll stand aside till I see what I think this is going to do. Looks to me like it's a squeeze coming on, which would be absolutely normal. And 5160 is where we got the POC. So mean reversion. A mean reversion off the bottom. Completely counter trend trade.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Price is just monkeying around here. And as soon as I leave for the restroom, it'll fall out of bed.
Order submitted.
Well, you're just killing me here. Now it's going to fall. The minute I walk back in and I'm not on a trade.
Order submitted.
I just am not confident to do this with the price action here. I keep thinking there's going to be some profit taking or a squeeze. And a squeeze was, I don't know. Got no idea, really. And you look at all my canceled entry points. And up here is where I should have been, right? So that's the problem. I'll wait till the top of the hour. I gave away the good position up here on the VPOC migration. That would have been a place to short it, but it hasn't returned there since. Nor here. There it did. There it did. And entering short now is the wrong side of the swing. And it may be where it falls out of bed. You never know, but definitely not the right side of the swing to be on. So I missed that one. I missed this move right here, which is pretty disappointing, but it is what it is. Yeah. Boy, my voice sounds so weird. I don't know why. Yeah. Disappointing. I was looking at short here and didn't get there. I'm really conscious of not chasing this or shorting the lows, right now. Like, for example, had I shorted right here, I'd be in the money. 3 or 4 points. Any place up here would have been a good short. Now, hindsight, rearview mirror trading, so clean and clear. So crystal clear. And I guess they're going to go down for a new low, and I'm not going to be there. Bummer. And this is short in the hole, so no. Any one of these here, here. Bummer. Bummer in the summer. And we approach the power hour, the big power hour. All right, so what are we doing now? This stupid thing is really starting to irritate the crap out of me. We got about 400 contracts sitting down here at the low. At the 27s. uh, and it is officially the power hour. Ooh, ooh, power hour. And look at this. Waiting for that power hour, I guess. Now they're going to squeeze them up to the top, or where are they going to go? Who the hell knows? That's pretty funny. They got a selling doji at the 2 o'clock hour, and then they run it up 10 points. Yeah. Look at this. All the way back to the POC. Or close to it anyway. So maybe the squeeze is on. Maybe the world famous squeeze I've been dreading is they're gonna make some orange juice here. That caught some people on flat-footed. You can bet on that. Were they going to test the VPOC again, or what are they going to do now? Go higher some more? The thing about the squeeze is they could take this thing to the top, you know? That's the thing about it. That's with a real long day like this, you've got to know somebody wants to take profit. It is a Monday, though, so. I see the Pope died, so that's a shame. Like, must have been an okay guy. Look at this. Wow. That's pretty incredible. That's definitely squeeze territory there. I guess.
Order submitted.
See what happens.
Order
Ooh.
submitted.
I didn't mean to do that, but I did it. I was trying to get my mouse in position and I hit the damn button just exactly wrong. It's a real poor location. Oh well, it's in. Or micros. Now, if the 12 to 1 trade comes through, that would be nice, but it's too early in the day. Yeah, that's not what I had in mind there. Ooh, moving lower. Well, that's kind of nice. Maybe. My initial reaction would be to take the stop over the top of these swings, except I don't move my stop, so that's would be defeating my entire trade plan philosophy. Yeah, we'll see if it plays out. That's not good. That's extra not good. Look at there. Stopped to the tick. Should have moved my stop, see? Stand here all day and take a stop. Pretty disappointing, eh? Let's see here. Boy, that's pretty amazing. To the frickin' tick. And now it's not over yet. If they are going to squeeze it, it could go zooming up much higher than this. But at this moment, it's pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing. Still not so sure I like this mouse idea. That would have been I wouldn't have made that mistake with a keyboard. Let's see if we get up in here to this low volume area.
Order submitted.
There we go.
Order
Well, that
submitted.
one at least got hit
Order submitted.
where I wanted the mouse to be. And we're above the, are we not? Well, we're almost above the swing eye. And we're into the low volume area here. So let's see how this plays out. Once we get our scale off, then put on your helmet and kick up your feet. if we make it. Anyway, at least I got a entry where I had intended to, as opposed to the last time. Obviously, diddling in the middle is not the thing to do, but considering it's pretty much at a VPOC migration, and we've been in a downtrend day, and we had a 12-to-1 statistic, I'm thinking that this might work out. I mean, and it's 50-50, right? Well, those 5 minutes are rolling past there pretty quick. Well, this is not good because what they're doing here is consolidating. And we had a consolidation and a breakout and a bar trade and back to breakout and retest, right? So are they going to go up higher now or are they going to go lower? That's what I don't know. That's a bad deal there. That's the problem with the VPOC. And if they squeeze, that's not good. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, which I never do, is move my stop above that liquidity
Order submitted.
into this low volume area. And what is that? 2 handles. And that looks like it's going to be a bad deal to do. This 24 ticks on my stop is just a wag, right? Based on true range. Typically, I have a 12 tick stop in the normal market, but this is the high the high volatility, and so I put 24 ticks on it, just figuring that would be a safe thing to do, but you never know. And I typically don't ever move my stops, but that's 1 point, 2 points again. Now, what I need to do in order to have my risk neutral balance is move this down the same amount I moved that up. And I'm looking at this as to where is it in terms of all the liquidity that's been floating around out here. Because now this would not be risk neutral. But I'm getting sick of this shit. Be honest about it. Got to do something different. Got to do something different here to get this coming right. And I've been really spending a lot of time watching traders who are very successful and aren't obsessing over all this minutia and levels and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. I'm not questioning that. Well, I guess I am questioning that that's the thing to do, but I'm starting to wonder, I'm seeing these guys make thousands of dollars every day and they've got 2 candlestick charts up and no volume profile and no levels and no this and no that, no something else. And I believe that this is, I very definitely believe it's a random market and that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. And what you must do, what I must do as a trader for consistently profitable business is to have vetted trades with expectancy, probability, and edge, right? And that's, I believe, is very important. But whether a lot of the periphery is correct or not, that's what I'm starting to wonder about. Yes. Well, taking a look at my, oh no, this is, my third target is way out of bounds here. It looks like it's way down here at 19. So it would mean a massive extension past the low of the day, which is highly unlikely. So I'll be managing this trade, assuming that we get to some scales here before too long, if we can ever get around this damn VPOC, which seems to be pretty sticky at the moment. And that's going to irritate me. Quite a bit, actually. 1420 coming right up. Are they going to squeeze it, or are they going to fulfill the 12-to-1 trade? Don't know. Looks to me like they're going the other way. I moved this. I might as well really move it again. I move it from 50 to 52.
Order submitted.
All right. I think it's going the wrong way, is what I think. I think we're getting higher lows and higher highs. Whether they can turn it around and come down to that level or not, I have no clue. But I'm getting pretty disappointed with this action right here. What do we got up here?
Order submitted.
I'm getting to the point where I'm at it with this damn thing. I'm going to start trading like everybody else. Yeah, they're going to go up and get it now. Now they're going to squeeze them up.
Order submitted.
That's really disappointing. So let's see what happens. What do I'm going to keep track of those moves, and then I'm going to readjust my bracket order to this kind of action. That's the only thing I know to do. And they're going to take it out anyway, it looks like. Well, that's amazing.
Order submitted.
I just keep, yeah, they're going to keep squeezing it now. I guess. I never move my stops, but I'm getting to the point where I'm sick of doing this shit. I'm sick of being Mr. Discipline. It is important to do those things. But really, you know. And the next move, instead of the 4 lot, will be the 2 lot. And then you can double them out again to 48 ticks, right? I'm in a 4 lot now, so there's nothing I can do about that. But I will now change my 2 lot high volatility bracket to much wider stops. The problem with that is the risk neutral philosophy. That means I've got to have the first risk neutral scale has got to be down here, which is and these are micros, don't forget. So I look over quickly at the top in panic that it's the minis. So there's our 25. Will we run this thing up or will they sell it off? I guess they're going to, who the hell do I know? The 12-to-1 trade, typically, it has a high probability of, it has a high expectancy. And what that says is that if a high is made in an imbalanced market between 12 and 1, that there's a 80 or 90% probability that the market is going to make a new low before the close in that, or let's say it was a low, a new excess in that direction of the 12-to-1 move. So that means we need to get down at least to the overnight low or the current low. And I've been noticing that these guys that I've been listening to, they're doing 20 or 30 point stops. Now they're trading the NASDAQ, most of them. Jay and Dakota and Dolby. And then we have the ever-present market on closed orders at 50. What'll happen there, who the hell knows? We have a normal low on the profile with a bit of excess, so that's not so great. We need to get around this high volume area here if we're going to make any headway to the bottom. What was that? Why did it do that? Oh. There we go. Yeah, so that's a real plan breaker to move your stop. But under the circumstances, I'm tired of doing this. You know, I'm tired of like getting taken out to the tick, like right there. Now, that stop was this was a poor entry. Basically an error. Mouse click, me and the mouse don't get along when it comes to this very well. So that's that, right? There's no question about that. Now, what are these guys going to do? We're in the 30. Oh, we're rounding the curve. We're rounding the curve. And what did we do? Oh, we got a 3-bar reversal. Looky here. We got a 3-bar reversal. Boom, boom, boom. And the close, no, it's not quite below that. Not quite below there, so it's not a 3-bar reversal. That's pretty disappointing. I thought so. Close, but no cigar by about a couple of ticks. No cigar. Well, this is fun anyway. I'm so irritated about that thing not working right. I don't know what to do, but I'm tired of thinking about it. I got the levels working. So we're past 30 and it doesn't look like they've got any sell-off in mind here. So that's kind of disappointing. That's kind of disappointing. What they're doing now is pulling back and going higher. We're getting higher highs and higher lows. If you look at the Renko. So we didn't make a new low here. So we got a higher low. And I guess you could call it a higher high. So that's pretty disappointing. So we'll just let it play out and see what happens into the close. They put a squeeze on, or the, what do you call it, the market on closed orders. They could go up and hit that no problem. No problem. I don't think this price action is working at all in my favor. And the end Q, which is typically leading, is doing the same dance over there. Look at this. Now they're going to take it out. Well, you sons of bitches. That is pretty disappointing, isn't it? Might as well put it over the top
Order
of the
submitted.
PLC. Since I'm moving it anyway. What the hell's the difference? I'm breaking all the rules. I might as well break them all. It hasn't been hit yet. That's the funniest part about it. But I would say that this is not going to work out well. And had I just taken the stop and gotten on the long, well, would have been a different story, eh? So let that be a lesson. Let that be a lesson. I think that's the first time I've moved my stop in a couple of years. Since I started using the brackets, I'm pretty sure of that. Before I would do, I'd put them in there arbitrarily as I felt the need. The stop and the target, but not based on now it's going to go up and take the damn stop. Sure as the world. Isn't that disappointing? Yep, there you go. Well, that's amazing. So I was much better off taking my stop right here and being mad about it. Now I've taken a lot bigger stop and the squeeze is just ripping to the top. Up through 2 POC levels. Look at that. And why? What the hell is up? What did that do? What did that accomplish? I don't know. Should have shorted right there, I guess. That's pretty disappointing. Actually, real disappointing. But what do we got? 40. Okay. POC, what are they going to do? I guess they're still going to go up with it. Seems like the thing they want to do the most.
I don't know. They didn't get to VWAP yet. See if they can
Order
get to
submitted.
VWAP.
Order submitted.
And sure as world, I forgot to put the thing in there for the trade. And sure as the world, they're going to turn it around and bring it back down. Isn't that amazing? Definitely on the wrong side of this game. I was supposed that the squeeze would go to VWAP, but maybe not. Apparently not. Look how they just took the that wick to the one from one POC to the other. From here and wicked it to here. All right. What are we going to have happen now? Can they get over that POC? Doesn't look like it. I would have thought they'd have some oomph. I guess the squeeze is squoze. The squeeze is squeezed, I guess. And of course, the key to all of these is if you get your scale off, then none of this shit matters, right? Then it's just watch the targets and see what you get. But this, they can't get over that POC. And I would sure think that VWAP would be on the menu, but you never know. $40, so I have to be aware of the fact that we're going to have the market on close orders here in another 15 minutes, 10 minutes. $173 contracts sitting out there just above my, right there at that, with the lid on the pot right there. Buyers just don't seem to want to hit into it very hard. Well, I've been on the wrong side of this thing all day, huh? I don't really want to hold into that market on close orders unless I'm scaled. So I wish they would hurry up and get up there and do that. Come on, lift off there, pencil neck. Get out of my road. NQ's moving up. Come on, get him through there. Get up there. Let's get that target out. Let's get that scale off. That'd be pretty nice. And again, you see, this is double what my normal scale would be. It's 24 ticks, 6 points. They did take out that liquidity, but now they don't seem to have the horsepower to get going up that other couple of. We had to wait for that. Now we got 5 more minutes for the next. Market on close orders at 50. Whoever this butt hook is that's defending that old POC is getting irritating. You'd be kidding me. Really? 1 tick. 1 tick. That's pretty irritating. That is pretty darned irritating, isn't it? Jesus, 1 tick. That's pretty disappointing. Okay, reload your bullets and get up there now. Take that other tick out. Get up to the VWAP. 158 right there below me, right there on my level. Or no, just below my level. Where am I actually? That is pretty amazing. 1 tick from my risk neutral scale. Wow. Now we have the perennial butt hook at the old POC. There we go. Jesus Christ, that was painful, wasn't it? Now it's just helmet, right? So see what happens now. If they can take it up to the VWAP, great. If they can't, they bring it back down and it's a scratch. We'll see what happens at the in another couple of minutes here when we get to 50. The market on close. I would think they'd take it to VWAP, but you never know. Looks like it. Looks like the scale may get up there. Where that third one is pretty far away. That's 96 ticks. I don't think that's going to happen. If we get here, I may just, and we get any past it, I may just, I'll trail up quick below it and see what happens. And we've got a couple of seconds for the market on close. Let's see if we get a buy imbalance. Oh, not the right one. We didn't want that one. We wanted to go up. So market on close imbalance is obviously sellers. I guess. Not really sure how to read that thing, to be honest about it. Will they get to VWAP? Will they get that next target out? What do we got? 149 at VWAP. Maybe just one under VWAP.
Order submitted.
All right. And now what do we got happening? Well, who knows? Run it up there, boys and girls.
Order submitted.
All right, there it is. I should have brought my stop up quicker right here when we took that off. I was going to, and I didn't do that. So trade 3, T3, trailing stop. That was not very good. I should have been a little more patient, I guess. What the hell happened? Okay, what was that all about? Wow. Huh. Now look at us go. Now we're going to go up there and probably take out the target. I could have gotten another handful of points. Bummer. That's what happens when you get spooked. So after all of that day, I'm down $300 on micros after moving those stops, all this exercise with the stops. So I'd have been much better off taking the stop here and then doing this trade like I did. much better off. I would be green. So there you go. Oh, look at it go. And I got wussed out on it and brought that up. Looky there. Isn't that something? Interesting if it goes all the way to 87. I'll go all the way to my third target. I'd say it might. You never know. Well, that's disappointing. I could have at least waited and trailed up to there. Oh, look at this. It's going to go all the way to the target. And I didn't. Just be patient. This is a good learning day here, boy, I'll tell you. And that I brought that right to the pullback. If I'd actually just left it alone a second, I'd be now up to my T3. Wow. And had I not done this stop move story, which I never do, I would have been well in the green. So there you go. I don't have anywhere to go today because it's a school holiday, so I don't have to go do the TAM trek. So yeah, that's pretty amazing. That's what a squeeze does for you. Look at this. Look at that. So much for the 12-to-1 trade concept that I was targeting over here. And right to the target. I would have gotten, there we go, bam. That would have been, I think. Yeah. They're very definitely there. Okay. So that would have been quite a nice trade. Yeah, very definitely now. That would have been quite a nice. It's not it was a bad trade. It got back a lot of the money that I had lost on the other two, but still I'm in the hole, right? So I'm still down $300 on micros, mind you. Oh, that's pretty disappointing. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. So there's 1, 2 cells and a long that went into profit. And 177 ticks. That was 272 ticks I lost on that trailer moving the stop shit. Wow. That's really disgusting. That's pretty crazy. So you see 96 and 96, 180. And I guess I wouldn't have been quite positive. 120 and 120, 240 now. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. And it's not even close to the daily drawdown, but still, it's pretty amazing that I didn't let it run all the way to here. No, what would have that been? Let's see. Well, that would be 48 plus 48 plus 96. That'd be 192 ticks right to there. Times 1.25 is $240. So if I take one of these trades to targets, $240. $240 with micros. Yeah, that's right. About right, because it'd be it's $120. The regular one or the minis that I used to trade all the time are $1,200. Okay, so there we go. There's the cash close. Well, that was a pretty disappointing turn of events, huh? See here, is that all the trade? No, that's not all of them. Yeah, there's all of them. Make one screen snap and catch all of this. There we go. Yeah, so pretty poor. Talking to myself. Pretty poor performance there. And what now? Boom, there we go. Wow, that's amazing. And I just waited a blink. This would have gone on to both targets. Truly, truly amazing. So that would have brought been down to $200 or something all instead of $3. Anyway, that's better than 1,000, I guess. But it's still not good. I got to get my head around doing this and doing it successfully at whatever scale, because I need to, this has got to be my living now. So it's not a joke, a yoke. I should have been trading through the day. I've thought about the NQ, perhaps. That's one thing I've noticed about TopStep. All the people that you see, they're always trading the NQ or the micro NQ. So it's kind of disappointing because you don't ever see anybody talking about ES or MES. In terms of trades. And when I started this thing and then got funded a time or two, it was I was trading the NASDAQ. Yeah. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. I'm not going to do anything now, that's for sure. So there you have it. There you have it. 3 trades. One with a big experiment in trade planning, but that's, breaks all of my rules because A, I never move a stop, and B, you never change your trade plan in the middle of a live trading session. And I did. This is just a bunch of stuff wrong right here. So that'll be an error, trade plan error. That's how it'll be booked. And then this one was a okay trade, but I should have very definitely just at least nothing more than brought my stop to break even, and then just let her play out. And as it turns out, it would have played out very well. So you never know. Okay. At least I'm off center for not standing around, not trading. The being paralyzed or whatever, analysis paralysis. And this is driving me nuts over here, why this refuses to do what it's supposed to do, and it's exporting. So why it's not importing over here, I don't know. Maybe I need to do this. Maybe I need to take this down to like 30 seconds. Now 1 minute's as close as you can get. Never mind. Okay. So that's not so great, but at least it's not so bad. I mean, that's one trade, right? That's one trade. And you're back even where you were. Considering that I was about $400 from XFA. And now I'm way back down again. That's really disappointing. And I suppose a big contributing factor to my paralysis, right, is the ever-present knowledge that I really need to do this now. It's important for me and my family. It's not just something that I was trying to just be calm and, cool and develop as time went along. It needs to develop now. That's the same amount of money lost as one mini, a 2-lot mini. So, not that that is anything to be proud of, but it's kind of puts it in perspective. See what the NQ looks like. The NQ is also cheaper. It's $5 a tick instead of 12.50. All right, I'm going to step away here, get some water, see what's up with the family. I
The market is
close the
closed.
stream down now. Almost forgot. And I will be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was not a day to be proud of particularly, but at least it was a day. So be back at 8.